All right, good evening, everybody. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Happy hump day. I actually just got the email notification, Funkadelic Chica. Thank you so much for the $10.80 donation. Just a little bit, but hope it helps. It absolutely helps. Especially right now. Since, this month... Basically, this month I'm getting paid for all the time off all the work I didn't do last month. You know, when you're a streamer and you don't stream consistently, people unsubscribe. When you're a YouTuber and you don't post new videos, people don't watch. So, I only had about $300 this month. And the first thing I had to do was spend almost 100 of that on cat food, cat supplies, especially because my cats are, they have specific dietary things. Ziggy has been to the vet with urinary infections, like, multiple times, so he has to get special urinary food, urinary health food, and, Vinny has to go to, or he's been to the vet for stomach and intestinal problems, so we have to get specific sensitive stomach food for him. It's crazy expensive. So today I basically chose between groceries and cat food, and chose cat food. So seriously, even like a $10 donation is a huge help right now. That'll let us get some stuff. But thank you so much, Funkadelic Chica. For some reason, subscribing's not working for me, so I sent a few bucks to the PayPal. Yeah, sorry, I read that. Twitch be twitching, can't gift subs either. Yeah, who knows? How appropriate that would also just be something broken on Twitch's end right now. But it's all good. For those who don't know, I've been dealing with some health problems. I had like a few weeks there where I was feeling much better. I had adjusted to medication. I hadn't had any panic attacks in a couple weeks. And then this past Saturday, we did a belated Mother's Day outing. Rachel and I went out and shot pool, played some billiards with her parents, and I don't know if it was just something that got to me a little bit too much, but I wound up having another pretty bad panic attack on Saturday night. So the last few days I've been trying to adjust again. It's been rough. My blood pressure was actually, let me pull it up, because I have to record all of this stuff for my doctor, and I've got a blood pressure cuff and things like that. My blood pressure spiked up to 165 over 114. So that's like just a few points below when they suggest you should go to the emergency room for like stroke levels, which is like 180 over 120. So Saturday was extremely rough. And for me, the panic attacks are very physical. My whole body is like in really bad tremors. So it hurts. It physically hurts all of my muscles. Gives me horrendous brain fog. Fucks up my sleep because I get sleep anxiety, like trying to fall asleep, and then my body wakes me up as soon as I start nodding off. I haven't really been able to sleep much the last few days. It's been rough. Ideally, I would probably not even be streaming tonight, but yeah, like I said, I got to choose between groceries and cat food today. I only had like $300 to my name for this entire month. So things are tough, but show must go on. I gotta keep working. I gotta keep streaming. So I edited, made some progress on the iceberg video. It's still gonna be quite a ways off, just because I'm a slow, bad editor, but I'm doing my best on that. And yeah, tonight we'll continue on with some more Silent Hill 2 Remake. At least this is pretty chill, just going through and doing the cam hack stuff, looking around at things. But I apologize if my commentary is not great, if my brain's not firing on all cylinders. But yeah, I haven't slept very much in the last 3 days, 4 days, whatever, Saturday to today. And yeah, my heart rate has been really bad. It's very inconsistent. It's fluctuating a lot. Is what it is. But I appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate all the love and support. Your work is appreciated immensely. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. Glad you guys like the videos and stuff that you're enjoying. My Maniac. Thank you for gifting a sub to Sigfin. Thank you. Very, very much appreciate that right now. I don't know, it's working for some people and not for others, which is weird right now. Thank you so much, Maniac. Hey, Tassadul. How's stuff on your side of the internet today? Me personally, I'm not great. I was just letting people know I had a pretty bad panic attack on Saturday. I've been trying to recover the last few days, but yeah, I can't afford to miss any more streams and stuff like that. I am broke as fuck. I got medical bills. And yeah, $300 to my name this month because I wasn't able to stream or do anything on YouTube last month. So that's hitting hard this month. And I just got a donation from... Well, you didn't leave a screen name. I don't want to dox you or give out your email address or your real name. But initials CD. Glory email. That was you, Oleander? Oleander, thank you so much. Ancient Oleander, $103.48. I don't know how that was converted for PayPal and fees and everything, but thank you. That means so much to me right now. Like, I will be able to go and buy groceries tomorrow with that. Thank you. Sorry, I'm not trying to cry at the start of the stream, but it's been a rough week. Rough start to the week. It's especially rough because I had so many weeks there where things felt better, and I kind of had it in my head that I would be past all of this crap just to have one really bad day kind of throw me back into it. But that's how anxiety is going to be. It's not something that just is cured and goes away permanently. So thank you so much, Ancient Oleander. Seriously, much love, much appreciated. And for gifting a sub to Funkadelic Chica as well. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Let's go ahead and get Silent Hill 2 going. Get the show on the road. Medical ups and downs suck, dude. I know what it's like. You hit a hurdle just when you think you're done and it sends you tumbling. You can do it. It's only a little setback. You've got this. Yeah, thank you. It sucks to feel like I've made so much progress and then have a day where it feels so bad and the days afterwards feel so bad that it's like going back to square one. But it's not exactly square one, you know. I've got all of the tests and everything that we've done with the doctor so far. I've got medication and everything on standby to try to help. It's just like adjusting to it again. Oh, Tassadul, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Going out to Franf. And One Like the Wind. L. Andy, or I. Andy. Phantasm Soldier. And CB Item Box. Thank you, Tassadul. Thank you. Much love, brother. Meant to gift those last stream to celebrate my stream anniversary, and thank you for everything. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And yeah, for those of you who also need to go and celebrate Tassadul's stream anniversary, go follow Tassadul. Go shout outs for Tassadul. Tassadul, a wonderful, amazing person, good friend, member of this community, my favorite drug dealing blood peddler, blood mage, actual Silent Hill celebrity, star of Silent Hill Ascension. Go follow Tassadul. Make sure my audio and stuff is okay. Game's a little bit low. I'm going to turn that up. Hey, Will Boy. Dealt with anxiety since you were a kid last year, got diagnosed with PTSD. A lot of the symptoms you have sound very similar to what I've experienced. PTSD is definitely something I haven't been able to see a therapist because mental health is not something that's typically covered by insurance here. And I can only really deal with I don't have the money to go and deal with extra. I can only deal with kind of what my insurance will let me deal with right now. So it's a lot of the physical tests rather than the mental health aspect. Though, trying to get all of that squared away. But PTSD would make sense. I had a fairly traumatic childhood, um, young adult life. So, absolutely could be part of it. It's crazy to think how much mental health affects you physically as well. Like, it's not just feeling sad or upset or anxious. If that's all it was, it wouldn't even be a thing. I would just deal with it and move on. But as said, full on panic attacks like I had on Saturday, and like the one that put me in the emergency room back in March, dealing with that kind of stuff multiple times throughout a week, where like my whole body is just trembling. I can't walk, I can barely speak. Everything hurts for fucking days. I just want to be done with it. I just want it to not be part of my life anymore. But, yeah, one day at a time, dealing with stuff. Thank you, Tassadul. I'm glad that you're able to take some inspiration and stuff from me and from our community. I'm glad that could help you get over that hurdle. Everything's from the brain. Mental health absolutely affects body functions, just in ways that are annoyingly hard to detect. I agree. It's a shame that in the United States, unfortunately, where I live, insurance, for the most part, does not cover most mental health treatments, and it doesn't cover a lot of dental treatments. Your teeth are also a big part of how the rest of you feel. Mine are not in great shape, but they're considered luxury bones to the United States healthcare system and are not covered for a lot of things. So there's not a lot of options. Our country is fucked. Our healthcare is a joke. But this is not about that. I'm gonna try to not dwell on that too much today. Luna Arcana. Luna Arcana, thank you so much. What a great raid message, too. Shoutouts to Luna. Luna, thank you so much for the raid. This actually translate to something? I'm rune translating. Translating runes. Apparently not with this translator. We are here in Old Norse. Is that like we UI Samnaber, Samnar Ingat, Hingat, something like that? That's what I got from a rune thing. Ritual. That is it? We are here. Thank you so much, Luna. Thank you, thank you. And you are here just in time for the beginning, right at the start. We are jumping back into Silent Hill 2 Remake. This is part 10 of our cam hack playthrough. So I've been going through Silent Hill 2 Remake with a free cam mod. We've been looking at all sorts of interesting little details and things in the environment, Easter eggs, taking a look at everything up close, talking about all these little details as much as we can. It's a ton of little Easter eggs and references and nods to various aspects of the rest of the Silent Hill series and aspects of Bloober Team. So many different things. We are currently in the middle of checking out Heaven's Night. We looked at some of the things here. But not everything. Not yet. Still have a lot of details, a lot of things in this bar to look at. They've got all the alcohol bottles and stuff lined up here. Many of these, I think all of these, we've seen elsewhere in the environments. The bourbon, the whiskey, the finest old Polish whiskey. Bloober being a dev team out of Poland. So there's a lot of Poland-specific references. Oh, a cat photo stuck up here, way up here by the ceiling. You damn kitties. You damn kitty cats. With my first playthrough of this, continually joked I need a magnifying glass. Spent so long with my nose to the screen staring at everything. Yeah, that's exactly why I'm doing this playthrough. I felt the same way going through this game, my first few playthroughs. There were so many little things, so many little details. I was like, I need to do a cam hack. We have to do a cam hack playthrough of this because I just need to look at all this stuff up close. So here we are. Here's Robbie. UK flag next to Toluca. Possibly because Toluca Lake in the original game, the photos, Team Silent used actual photos and edited them to create the image texture of Toluca Lake that you see from the observation deck at the start of Silent Hill 2 OG. And the photos of the lake and the hills that they used are from a place called Derwentwater, which is located in Keswick, or Keswick, which is in England. So that could be why we have this here next to the Toluca Light sign. AC unit is installed upside down. Cafe Mist. Pinned photo, hard to tell what it is. So many things that are obscured. That'll be the next layer of exploration to do once the cam hack is over, is to just go through and start ripping assets in like a model viewer. Because some of them, even with a cam hack, you can't quite tell what you're looking at. Heaven's Night, and if you look, it's blocked out with these little hearts, but that is Maria from Silent Hill 2 OG, from the dog ending. Whenever you watch the dog ending in original Silent Hill 2, you get this little sort of montage of silly images of all of the characters. So you get James with his shirt off and like giant muscles, Buff James as he's known in the community. And you also get Maria in like pink lingerie or like a pink underwear getup. And that is absolutely the shot of Maria in that underwear from the dog ending of the OG Silent Hill 2. As part of this little Heaven's Night sticker. Hot girls, drinks and bar, grill food, VIP party, Wild Wednesday. Hey, that's today. Today's Wild Wednesday. Hope everybody's getting wild. Get extra wild for me. I have to tone back on my wild. I'm on medication. My doctor says gotta reduce my wild intake by a significant percentage. So everyone can go extra wild on my behalf. Another Heaven's Night poster there. Much more obscured sort of silhouette. You can still see the very top, like sort of blonde peeking through. Every Monday night, second drink 50% off. Escape your start of the week worries. Return receipts. Fire alarm, break glass. There's actually glass there too that like obscures the text. There's like a layer there that reflects the image. Oh, that's the classic, like, sexy lady silhouette thing that, it's like a popular bumper sticker or mud flaps. I'm from the South. You see them on truck mud flaps all the time. Like, of course, the Toluca Light neon sign. I would love all of these neon signs. I would be fine just decorating my house with these. I'm sure Rachel wouldn't mind either. Heaven's Night with the butterflies, Toluca Light. Dream. This one that we see during the cutscene where Maria first is like walking out onto the stage, sort of emphasizing the fact that she is a dream, essentially. He's not real. Now you can see the reflection and stuff in the mirrored ceiling. Let's teleport James up here to do a little pole dancing. I love that she comments on that. If you get up onto the stage. He looks so scared and awkward. Too bad James doesn't have the same moves as the OG. In my classic Silent Hill 2 playthroughs, I'm well known for my music box dance. You can't really do that in this game. There you go. Shake it a little bit for Maria. Heaven's Night. Some of these posters you can actually examine. Just a big old pair of lips. But the rest of the image is sort of like... You have like one of the couches and tables and just the curtains hanging behind there. This imagery with the like vertical drapes and the lips in front, very... It makes you think of Rocky Horror, Ancient Oleander. For me, this feels like foreshadowing to Flesh Lips in Brookhaven, which we're about to go to. Or the Mandarins, yeah, similar imagery for the Mandarins as well. Another lip poster, but with the lips and everything obscured. You can see that same couch. Whoops. The Heaven's Night Party. November 22nd at 8 p.m. Mark it in your calendars. Again, just the imagery. The hand with the long nails. Love when Nub tilts his camera 90s style. Yeah, we'll just do all the Dutch angles as we look at everything. James is not amused. Here's a cool detail. So it's Lost and Found. And earlier, when we were in the Blue Creek Apartments, you reach into the toilet, and there's a wallet sitting next to the toilet that I pointed out with the free cam. Little reference to the original Silent Hill 2 toilet moment. But here's that same wallet showing up. Of course, there's also what appears to be a wedding ring. Something that James himself has lost. If you look at his hand, you can see the mark where the ring was on his finger. Now, this is one of those things that some fans take this literally, very literally, and assume like, oh, James was, a pervert or a womanizer, that he came to the strip club while Mary was sick, or, things like that. I don't necessarily read it that way. I just look at this as a little way of referencing like something that James has lost is included in the Lost and Found as like a little reminder. Not that it's literally his ring. But that's the fun thing about these kind of details. We can sort of look at them and interpret them in lots of different ways. Yeah, you do hear like metal clinking at the beginning during the intro, which I assume is supposed to be... Oh, look at that. I was hoping I could clip through the wallet and see the face on this photo, but it's scratched out, even if you look underneath. But yeah, that metal clinking at the beginning, which I assume is supposed to be James's ring falling into the sink, like he just took it off at the start of the game. It's not something that's been like missing for a while. I've got the cigarette machine, same as the one that was in Pete's Bolorama, with some more little references. Black Pegas, which apparently is the Polish for Pegasus. Red Spot, Rent Light, Minefield Lights, Red Taste Light, Goldies. My favorite is the Hemingway Ultralights. I'm glad that they included this reference. Hemingways are first introduced in Silent Hill Origins, and they make an appearance in Origins, Homecoming, Shattered Memories, and Downpour. All of those games have Hemingway Ultralights in them, so it's really cool to see Bloober Team acknowledge that detail and include them in their cigarette machines. Bloober did their homework. That is the most impressive thing to me. How many little details like this are in the game where you can't see them, like, unless you're hacking the game and viewing assets and stuff much closer than the default camera view. So it's stuff that the majority of players are not even going to see or interact with. And it's relatively subtle. Like, even some of the best, most knowledgeable Silent Hill fans out there, there's a lot of like streamers and YouTubers and people who I respect a lot for how smart and how knowledgeable they are on these games. They probably might be unaware of the Hemingway Ultralights, or might be aware of them at least in Origins. Origins is the most obvious one where it mentions Hemingway's, because it's just a giant billboard right at the start of the game when you're walking into the town. But in Homecoming, there's boxes of Hemingway lights around Curtis's junk shop. It's the brand that Curtis smokes. In Shattered Memories, it's a memento that you pick up. One of the mementos that you get out of a glove box from a car. In Downpour, there's a pack of Hemingway Ultralights in DJ Bobby Ricks' shirt pocket. It's like the brand that he smokes. So, such a minor detail from other games in the series that Bloober is not only aware of, but included in such a subtle way. So many little stickers and things around. Stuff from I Love Groovy Music. All of the Jacob's Lager. And I mean, hey, fans, there's us. They knew who was going to be looking at all this stuff. They knew. Huey the Horse from Lakeside Amusement Park. Yeah, Jacob's Lager, a reference to Jacob's Ladder, the black and red Twin Peaks pattern. There's Three Peaks Tours. So instead of Twin Peaks, it's Three Peaks. A mascot reference that isn't Robbie. Yeah, this game actually acknowledges the other mascots. Huey the Horse, Dawn the Duck, and Kathy the Kitty, along with Robbie the Rabbit, all get mentioned as little details in this game. The only other game in the series that acknowledged the other Lakeside Amusement mascots, other than Silent Hill 3, is Silent Hill Book of Memories for the Vita. You can get equipable artifacts for each one of the mascots in Book of Memories. Did not recognize the horse mascot at all. It's Huey specifically from the billboard on Nathan Avenue. So as you're going all the way up Nathan Avenue, there's a billboard. It's in the original and it's in the remake, where it's like advertising Lakeside Amusement Park, and it's got the horse on it. The football helmet sticker, which we've seen on a lot of things around Eddie's room and on Eddie's van back in the observation deck at the start of the game. Crazy detail. There's a 6-pack of Ale Peaks. That is the canned juice asset from Woodside Apartments, retextured. Ale Peaks, premium quality beer, another Twin Peaks reference. Brewed in the USA, tariff free. With a wide mouth can. Sabat. Oh, and by the way, thank you so much. I got a $50 donation. I don't have alerts set up for like donations and things. And again, I don't want to give away your real information here, but initials TC said, "Want to give you support? You can do it," with a heart. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. Very, very much appreciate that. Thank you so much. Sabbat refers to the Sabbath, a day of rest and worship in Abrahamic religions, specifically the Jewish Sabbath, also known as Shabbat, commemorates God's rest on the seventh day of creation. The Leonidas and Toluca Light coasters. That would actually be a cool thing. Fun thing to make. Make some of these coasters. Red Velvet, reference to Blue Velvet. Leonidas, reference to the Spartans. And 300 Keswick or Keswick Pride. Again, a reference to the location of Derwentwater, which was the photographs of Toluca Lake in the original Silent Hill 2 were from Derwentwater in Keswick. I always say Keswick. People actually from there always correct me and say it's Keswick or Keswick. You don't really pronounce the W. Jacob's Lager, reference to Jacob's Ladder. Ale Peaks, reference to Twin Peaks. And Toluca Light, a reference to Toluca Lake itself. Menu, which we also saw in the back room kitchen area when we first entered Heaven's Night last stream. Get yourself some grilled chicken at the strip club, some cheese and bacon, some tomato soup, or a margarita pizza, mixed green salad. Oh, this pair of glasses, we saw these in one of the rooms in Saul Street Apartments. Got our soda dispenser, Orangizer, POC water, Thunder Taste. Emergency evacuation instructions. The general emergency alarm is one short blast followed by one long blast. On hearing the alarm signal, if you are in your cabin, and go to the allotted assembly station. If you are near an assembly station, go straight there. Help others to remain calm. Inform patients about situation. Help doctors with evacuation of patients. Check and report about any problems. Stay calm and remember about instructions given to you and help other staff members. Do not use elevators. Do not collect baggage. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Interesting. Inform patients. The fact that it's like specifically about patients. I wonder if we'll see this again in Brookhaven. because it seems like they make a lot of these assets for like specific locations and then reuse them in some other places. Oh, that said Auld Lang Syne. Yeah, for Auld Lang Syne. Which refers to times long past. Old days since, days gone by. Those are the common translations, title of the famous song, poem. Common as part of like New Year's celebrations. Schneider? It looks like SHNAYDER. Schneider. Looking it up. Surname of Ashkenazi Jewish origin, meaning tailor or cutter. Another box here. I'm just like finding all of the text and looking it up. Cifrino. Which apparently in Venezuela, shoutouts to all my viewers out in Venezuela, it means snobbish. Somebody who's snobby. Someone who belongs to or pretends to belong to upper social classes. Detoxidine. We've seen some bottles of that in a few other places. A different register. We've seen the same sort of registers in like every other store around town. All the diners, Texan Cafe, everything like that. We actually have a different looking one here. Doesn't have that Texan Cafe receipt as part of it. Again, gotta love the Robbie the Rabbit sticker. Can't wait to look really closely at the Cammy image above the door. Can you imagine if they included that? If somebody at Bloober specifically watched my content and included what I thought was Cammy White concept art. This is a really cool detail though. This is one that I pointed out on previous playthroughs, but it's nice being able to see it with the cam hack much more clearly. So the sign that says kiss is reflected so that it looks like it says sick. S-I-C-K, referencing, of course, Mary being sick. As like the other half of the bright pink kiss sign. Really cool detail. Heaven's Night, another poster for Wild Wednesdays. Come for a drink, stay for the show. It's funny because the way the little like smudge on it is, it looks like an E. Stay for the shoe. Come for a drink, stay for the shoe. All private dances, 30% off. There's the dog ending Maria poster as well. Oh, a couple more posters here on the inside. Heaven's Night. Free entry, free parking, $2 drinks. Is that the Shattered Memories dress? That looks like the Shattered Memories dress. That looks like one of the options for Michelle's dress. So, in Silent Hill Shattered Memories, you meet a character named Michelle. You find her singing in the gymnasium of Midwich High School, and you see a red dress in a thrift store at the very beginning of the game. And if you look at that dress, when you meet Michelle later on in Midwich, she's wearing it. And it looks a lot like this. Really interesting. More cans of Ale Peaks over here. Low calorie, low sodium. Jacob's Lager coasters. The Paradise neon sign. Very slightly redesigned from the original, but still extremely close to it. Little stomach bump and all. Was present in the OG, but the belly imperfection of the Neon Woman image is definitely a reference to Maria's OG design. Around the belly, her own imperfection. Yep, absolutely. Like, when I say this was, like, slightly redesigned, I don't mean in any kind of significant way. The design of the belly and everything was a clear reference to Maria's design in the original. Again, one of those things that is less obvious when it comes to Maria's design in the remake. That's one of the things. She doesn't have the stomach or midriff exposed to kind of show that, just that tiny little line on her stomach. She's got like the slightest of muffin top kind of feature, which was intentional. Takayoshi Sato and Shingo Yuri specifically designed and modeled Maria in the original to have that aspect to show that she was healthy, in contrast to Mary, who was very thin and frail after her illness. Because she is supposed to represent Mary, but in a more healthy, seductive form. Oh, hey, the tourist brochure, which I think I actually forgot to look at. This was in Rosewater Park. I think I forgot to look at it. I got so caught up looking at other things in Rosewater. But yeah, this is the tourist pamphlet, which you also find in the Woodside Apartments in the original Silent Hill 2. Welcome to Silent Hill, a quiet little lakeside resort town. We're happy to have you. There's no better place than here to let go of your busy schedules and finally enjoy a relaxing vacation. Rows of quaint, rustic houses mark a gorgeous mountain landscape, and as the dawn turns to dusk, the surface of Toluca Lake shines a whole range of dreamlike colors. So many references to dreams and things being dreamlike. Silent Hill will move you and fill your heart with peace. We're more than certain your time here will be pleasant and leave you with memories that will stay with you forever. It's another recurring motif. Editor Roger Widmark. So that Roger Widmark article, slightly rewritten, but is also present. You can find the tourist brochure in the apartments in the original Silent Hill 2. You find this version of the brochure in the remake in Rosewater Park. Apparently they've also got it sitting here under the bar in Heaven's Night. Eats Bolorama, family weekends, food, drink, great time. Pete's Bolorama is a great place for everyone to spend something amazing time. We have all kinds of food in our cafeteria, like pizza, burgers, and french fries with drinks. Local bowling club looking new members all time. Looking for new members all the time. Bar Neely's, girls' night every weekend. Happy hour at Neely's Bar every Friday, and that means half price for beer. Neely's have wide range of top beers you have to check. I like how the English isn't quite right. Then in the actual image of Neely's Bar, never too late for quiet cocktails, 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. He's Italian restaurant, luxury and vintage Italian cuisine. That's where, in the remake, that's where the pizza boxes, Eddie's All-Star Pizza, seems to come from. Because you can find those pizza boxes in the window display of T's Italian restaurant. Jack's Inn, and the little logo with that boot and spur, which is also the key that unlocked the gate to Jack's Inn that we had to get. Beauty Rest, air conditioning, radio, TV, hi-fi. If I had a hi-fi. Radio. What's going on with that radio? Holy shit. Hemi22. What's going on with those gift subs? Hemi. gifting out 20 subs to the community. Space Cat 80, Silencio de Piano, Melk Turtje, Exquisite 2K, Alex Waifu, Wheezy Lipe, Wizard Whalen, Hirosaki 94, Invader Tori, Nicholas Von Roarington, Artorius X, Scorpio 7, Croaker RPG, Manhattan, Cassandra Morrowind, Purple Wombat, Crook 86, Circus Wolf, Cyrus Wolf, 0029, King Kane, 887, and Solistaire. Some new folks, some old folks, some regulars. Everybody who got a sub from Hemi22, please say thank you. Thank you so much, Hemi. Thank you, thank you. Very, very much appreciate the love and support. Thank you so much. Keep playing and never change. That's the plan. That's the game plan. Look, I've been doing Silent Hill playthroughs and stuff like this for a little over 10 years now. Hey, we got a dew line stapler, a reference to swing line staplers. Made famous by one of my favorite movies, Office Space, which was actually filmed in my hometown of Austin, Texas. Oh. I don't think we've seen this on an alcohol bottle yet. The Fifth River. So that would be the 5 rivers of the underworld. Most people know Styx, the river Styx. But there's Styx, Lathe, Acheron, Phlegethon, and Cocytus. But the river Styx, most well known along with the others, which are at the center of the underworld. The barrier between the world of the living and the world of the dead. Very thematically appropriate. More ale peaks down there. Hill Brewery, we've seen that. Is there anything under that note on top of the map? I can get to where I can look at it. We will find out. But it can be kind of difficult getting the camera to play nice with some of these things. Doesn't seem like there is. I can't quite... get the camera where it needs to go. There we go. No, they look blank on the underside. Yeah. Curious if there was writing. It's always worth a look. Yeah, it looks like the same textures over here as well. That same little piece of paper. Yeah, it's got the, like, actual lines on it and the folds and creases, but no writing. Alright, so we looked at everything there. I do want to look... We have not looked too closely behind the stage curtains. There is actual stuff back here. Despite the fact that you cannot access this area. Oh. Okay. Flip back here and take a look. Speakers and clothing racks. Some just like cushions, stacks of the couch cushions, little stools. Oh, so this is where we saw Maria. She goes behind this door, through this door to get to the stage. When we were on that side of the door and we clipped through, nothing in here had been rendered yet. But this is what's actually rendered in here once the rest of Heaven's Night is loaded in. Just this little area, the stairs leading up to the stage. Alright, we've looked at everything around the bar. That the same ashtrays and things that we saw. But then we also have this. Like a sexy nurse's costume outfit. Couple different ways you could potentially interpret this. So we are on our way to Brookhaven Hospital. We're going to encounter nurses and go through Brookhaven Hospital soon. But this could not only be a reference of sort of foreshadowing the nurses and Brookhaven, this could be a reference to Silent Hill 4. In Silent Hill 4, there's a New Game Plus unlockable outfit for Eileen Galvin that is like a sexy nurse outfit. It's not like this one. It's more of like a one-piece leotard type of thing. But we do have a character in the series that wears like a sexy nurse outfit. Could be a little nod towards that. The garter belt, a little headband. And considering all the other little referential Easter eggs and details, would not be too surprised if that's Bloober's intention. A little nod to Eileen's extra outfit. And that's where we came from. Maria very patiently waiting for us. Her dialogue will actually change based on how much time you spend in Heaven's Night. If you rush your way through here, she'll have slightly different dialogue compared to if you take your time and look at everything. Maybe it is the 90s around here, since you can still smoke indoors. Yeah, smoking indoors became less and less of a thing over the years. There are still some places, very specific places, and I mean, as far as like strip clubs and bars and things go, those are the most common places where you might still be able to smoke indoors or have like a smoking section. But yeah, much more common in the 70s, 80s, 90s than it is today. And a lot of that varies location, like in the US, it varies like state by state. So some states have cracked down a lot more about smoking and stuff, where it's just not allowed at all anymore. Some places like Las Vegas and Nevada, there's a lot of casinos and bars and stuff like that where you can still smoke inside. Lost? The way the image is displayed, it looks like a woman with dark hair. Possibly slightly referential to Angela. Again, I don't think meant to be taken literally. Like, I don't think Angela was a stripper at Heaven's Night or anything. Before the wild fan theories start flying. Lust. Now, is it lost or lust? This one examinable that says by, BY. Again, the style of hair, somewhat reminiscent of OG Maria. It's definitely lost, so maybe you're meant to see it all together. Lost by lust. Kind of hinting towards James being led astray by lusting after Maria. There's the wish graffiti that we've seen in several other places. Maria herself is literally born from a wish, hence the name of the sub-scenario in the original game. Right next to these little pictures of classic Maria from the dog ending. Hey, what's up, Irimi? Time for more looking at stuff? You know it. Looking at all the things. Uh, 10 minutes, 3 girls, $920. 20 minutes, 1 girl, $180. 20 minutes, 2 girls, $210. 20 minutes, 3 girls, $240. 30 minutes, 1 girl, $120. They got their rates. Or private room rates. And of course the payphone. I have to explain that because there are literal adults that exist in today's day and age who were not alive when payphones were a thing. In the days before everyone had a phone on them all the time, instead we just kept pocket change and had to find one of these fucking things if we needed to call somebody. Cigarettes and everything in the ashtray. Turning 37 at the end of the month, and it's crazy to remember that sometimes. Yep. I'm 37. I'll be 38 next January. And every once in a while I have that stark reminder that people are legally adults that were not born when things like payphones were commonplace. The cruel, cruel passage of time. That's okay. There's also all the people older than me who are like, you're not even 40 yet. What the fuck do you know about disco balls? You don't know nothing about disco. I wasn't there for disco. Disco was already dead by the time I came around. Just all the variations of the posters and flyers for Heaven's Night. So cool. So many great details in this area. One of my absolute favorite locations in this game. Like, I think we've seen everything here, but part of me just doesn't want to leave. Look at all these little cat photos hidden up here. I want to find out which developers these kittens belong to. Minmo? And surprisingly, with all of the cat photos that we have seen, no Minmo. No Minmo yet. Hey, get a job you love and you will never have to work a day in your life. And somebody scratched it out and it says, get a job at Brookhaven. See that with the marker? Instead of get a job you love, it says get a job at Brookhaven. And you will never have to work a day in your life. A lot of these posters we've seen around town, the way they're ripped up, the posters of eyes, but they have different parts of it that are visible. Araxium, which was like one of the drug posters we saw in the pharmacy, but you can see just like certain words coming through. Anger. Is your medication safe? And of course, Mary was on medication. We're going to get references to that medication when we get to Brookhaven. Maria will suddenly pull out a bottle of medication that she hadn't had up until that point. And I already know ahead of time some details about that medicine bottle, but it'll be more fun to look at it ourselves when we get to Brookhaven with the free cam, rather than spoil it for you now. You can probably guess, but we'll leave it a surprise anyway. All right, Maria. As much as I love it here, I think it's time to go.
ここはもういいのね。
行こう。
行こう。
分かった。こっちよ。
Again, the reflection of the sign showing the word sick.
また後で来ましょう。ほら、休めるし。
もうここに用はない。
分かったわ。でも休む場所は必要よ。
ああ、そうだな。
Any port in a storm. Bathrooms. Nothing rendered. Nothing rendered. See if there's anything else in this last little part before we leave. Yami. Welcome back, dude. Thank you so much for the 40 months. Did I miss the scene? Did I miss her on stage? You did. Technically, that was last stream. We watched that on Friday. Today, we were just continuing from the save point after watching that scene. And looking at all the little details around Heaven's Night itself. We just got done looking at the main part of Heaven's Night. Just kind of looking at any details right here as we leave. Pair of heels sitting on the counter. We've seen little bits of this before. What looks like an electric circuit diagram. We have another clock, 10 past 9 and 15 seconds, keeping with that theme. Reference to the clock puzzle in the original Silent Hill 2. Got a November 1983 calendar, which we also saw in one of the auto shops next to Jack's Inn. Same exact one, same dates, circled and underlined. Nothing through that door. Nothing under the boxes. And outside, we have a lot more of the town rendered already than I thought there would be. Right next door to Neighborhood Cafe. More of the same Heaven's Night party flyers and posters, same things that we saw inside. But the editing on them, all of the wear and tear on them is slightly different. You can see a little bit more of them. The Heaven's Night posters with Maria, these have been ever since the very start of the game. You see these Heaven's Night posters in the bathroom. The very, very beginning. $2.19. We have the address for Heaven's Night. Actually, is that would be a crazy detail. So, Heaven's Night in the original game is given a fictional address. So yeah, in one of the soundtracks, they list a fictional address. So it's on Silent Hill 4. The Silent Hill 4 OST. The track Waiting for You. The liner notes on the soundtrack give an address for Heaven's Night. And the address is 2121 Carroll Street, South Vale, Maine. So close. 219. Blowout sale up to 50% off. I don't think a blowout sale means the same thing at a strip club. Little open signs. Another big Heaven's Night neon sign. Right out there. Some more Maria posters. Oh, and a medicine poster. New Way in Medicine. Laboratories. Something not quite legible. And a super faded note here. Yeah, something party full. Looks like first letter D, last letter P, and then second line, first letter N, last letter D. Very faded. Oh. Oh. Apparently there's more to it, depending on where the camera position is. Apply in person inside. Oh, it's not party full. It's part/full. It's part and full time. Apply in person inside. Help needed. Help needed. It's HELP on the top. Needed is the second word. Help needed, part and full time, apply in person inside. So it's a help wanted poster. We've seen a bunch of those around town as well. But not one faded quite like that. All the little stickers that were inside are stuck out here on the dumpster as well. Huey the Horse, Smiley, Twin Peaks, or Three Peaks. Butterflies, symbolic of Maria herself. Cafe Mist, Robbie. The broken gumball machine. Or maybe like a capsule machine. Look a little too big to be gumballs. Although they do make machines like this that had the giant ones. But these could also be those little like gashapon capsule toys. 25 cents. Another drink dispenser. Same as the one inside. The truck with the squelch dial. This was one of my favorite things from one of the previous parts. We found this same truck before with the squelch dial. And Defenders of Horizon, one of the arcade machines that was also in the back room at Heaven's Night. This one's even got Heaven's Night like painted on the side of it. But that gives us a good look at the rest of the machine that we couldn't quite see when it was stood up inside. What does that even mean? Squelch? Nora, it's a sound like a squirting, wet, gross noise. For example, like the creatures in Silent Hill a lot of times make squelching noises. Let me see what the like actual dictionary definition is. To make a soft sucking sound, such as that made by walking heavily through mud. A soft sucking sound made when pressure is applied to liquid or mud. Oh. But there's a second definition. A circuit that suppresses the output of a radio receiver if the signal strength falls below a certain level. So that could be an actual setting on like a radio. I've never heard it used in that context. I've only ever known it as like the sound effect. We're learning things about the squelch dial. How about that? Yurimi, thank you so much for the tip, man. Appreciate the $51.99 to go towards human food. Thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate it, man. Didn't know you didn't know that. I thought you were just being thought you were just laughing about it being funny. I mean, I was, because like squelch as a sound effect is a very Silent Hill appropriate sound effect. There is squelching sounds in Silent Hill. But the fact that it's part of a radio leads me to believe that it's just a real thing, probably off of the model radio that they used for reference. And it kind of works in both contexts. Gotta check around the rooftops, as is tradition. There's some rusty fans. It's officially Silent Hill. Dude, it's crazy how much of these environments are actually rendered. Like water tower up on this building over here. What building is this? Nothing. Just a random building. Another one of the mail delivery vans. Just got no extra details in it. Just sort of blocking this alleyway out front. Vans. That's us. Clearly that's Bloober Team as well. Alright. Dirty mattress. Laying next to the exit of Heaven's Night. Do we not get... I think because of the way we stood around and stuff, we didn't get some dialogue with Maria there. But as you're exiting Heaven's Night and then coming out this way, there's like several different variations. I think there's like 3 or 4 different variations of the dialogue that James and Maria will have, depending on how much time you spend in there. The building interiors. Want a Robbie sticker? Time to open up an Etsy shop. Do some sticker packs for all the little detail stickers you can find around Heaven's Night. Because I also want the same thing. I just want all of those. I want the stickers, I want the coasters. Don't want to pay a kidney for them either. Nub, do you have a white whale of Silent Hill merchandise? You know, outside of collecting like the games and the strategy guides and stuff themselves, I don't have a whole lot of Silent Hill merchandise. I do have some. I've got the Welcome to Silent Hill desk mat. I've got the red Halo of the Sun pillow. I have 2 of the skateboards. I've got the Silent Hill 4 skateboard mounted and hung up on my wall. And I've got the Silent Hill 2 Pyramid Head skateboard where I actually set it up to skate on. I used to skate when I was younger. I had the intention of actually skating on it and getting, you know, in shape again to skateboard. And yeah, I'm not quite there yet. But I've got that one actually set up to skate on. And I'm very proud of myself the way I set up that board. So the grip tape I got for the Pyramid Head Silent Hill 2 board is all red. And I cut out the center part of the board, the grip tape, to be 9 red squares. I've got a few statues and figures. A couple of Pyramid Head statues. Can you post a picture of the board on Discord? Absolutely. I'll do that after the stream. More Toluca Express and Logistics vans. I keep checking these because I've heard there is supposed to be an ID badge on one of these that references Jacob Singer from Jacob's Ladder. Do you have any of the vinyl? I do. I've got Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 4 on vinyl. I've actually posted a couple of shorts. I don't remember if they're still up or not, but I did have some shorts on my YouTube of playing the Silent Hill 4 vinyl. Little clips from it. I've considered uploading videos of just the vinyls playing in their entirety. If people would be interested in videos like that. No other commentary or anything else, just a straight up video of playing them on our little cheap vinyl player, little cheap record player. Wish I could get my hands on the Snowfall variant of Silent Hill 1's vinyl. Yeah, that's a difficult one to get. It's not one that I've got. I've just got Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 4, but those are definitely really cool. Some of my favorites. Some great artwork on those. The Mondo pressings. Oh, big old pile of junk tires. Hiding back here where nobody can even go. But in terms of like Holy Grail, Silent Hill merchandise, I'm trying to think what it would be for me. Because there's a lot of stuff, specifically things that came from like limited time events, like any of the Universal Studios Silent Hill Haunted House stuff would be cool. Back when, God, was that the first Silent Hill movie or Silent Hill Revelations? I think that was Silent Hill Revelations. When Revelations came out, Universal Studios did a haunted house that was Silent Hill themed. And they gave out like little brochures and keychains and stuff like that. They had a guy dressed up as Howard Blackwood, the mailman from Downpour, to like walk around and talk to people and try to freak them out while they were standing in line. So there was a bunch of little bits and pieces of merchandise from that you could only get if you went like during that event. There's a lot of shirts, promotional shirts and stuff from back when the games first came out. Like Silent Hill 3 has some really cool shirts from like 2003, 2004 that you could only get through like mail away, you know, postcards and shit. Back before like Konami had a proper merchandise store. A lot of Japanese exclusive stuff, yeah. We talked about this actually during one of the last streams, but the ramen, that would be something cool. It's not exactly merchandise, but I would have loved to have tried the Silent Hill ramen. There was a ramen shop in Japan that did a promotional Silent Hill menu with this ramen, and the ramen looked so gross. It was like gray with like little black specks in it. It looked super nasty, and apparently it was super spicy. But I would have loved to have tried it. Very unique little door there. Not even a specifically rendered building or anything. Just like this weird wide leg James stance here. Oh.
James.
James. Look out, Maria. Coolest thing you own when it comes to Silent Hill stuff is the Japanese games that came with the mini disc soundtracks. That is pretty cool. I've got my Silent Hill 3 copy that came with the soundtrack CD still. But not the Japanese versions with the mini discs. I never got the different region releases of any of the games. Like, I never was really into collecting PAL copies and Japanese copies and stuff, so all I've ever really had are the North American releases. But that's definitely really cool. Love that they released the games with the soundtracks. The soundtracks are just so important to these games. Like, it's one of the most memorable features of the Silent Hill franchise is the soundtracks from each game, specifically Akira Yamaoka. But even in the games like Downpour and Book of Memories, which weren't done by Yamaoka, those were done by the late Daniel Leaked. And then you have like Silent Hill Ascension, which was a complete dumpster fire, but the soundtrack was done by Kevin Key from Skinny Puppy. So it's something. But yeah, the music and the soundtracks are such a huge part of these games that it felt appropriate that they would come with the soundtrack separate, like as a bundle with a lot of the game's original releases. Bikurishita. I miss when games would do stuff like that. Now it's like, pre-order this game for $50 more than it would normally be, and we'll give you like a digital art book. Maybe. And by art book, we mean like 4 pages of art. You don't really get like physical things with games anymore. Like, it's just not really a thing anymore. Outside of extremely expensive pre-order bonuses and special editions and things like that. Your $200 copy of Fallout that comes with a Pip-Boy. That kind of stuff. Solid Auto Truck Repair. Metal Gear Solid? We've already seen another sign that references Metal Gear. was looking through the Konami Online store and hadn't noticed they're selling a plain pillow. Yeah, you can get the James Sunderland pillow. Oh yeah, we've got this side of the world that's got the different colored lighting for after we get through the Reverie Theater. Just noticed the text. It's slightly better than I thought. Isn't it like glow in the dark or something? It's like really, really faint. I know there was some kind of gimmick with the pillow. Yeah, it's glow in the dark. Oh, excuse me. Another van, not Eddie's van. Same as the ones we've seen. Same Ezian's reference on the license plate. The new rug looks durable enough. That's funny. The comments back right next to each other. Diablo Lord saying the Halo of the Sun rug is cool and all, but it doesn't look the best quality. And Ancient Oleander, the new rug looks durable enough. One of my friends, one of the regulars here, a lot of you might know Jad Ashtelin, who's a very, very dear friend of mine in real life, is actually crocheting a massive Halo of the Sun blanket for me. So I'll be sure to share a picture of that whenever it's done. So fucking cool. Jet Ashtelin is awesome. She is such a good friend, and she is one of those people. I'm terrible when it comes to gifts. Like, I don't like receiving gifts. And I'm always bad about giving gifts because I just never feel like I've got something good enough or worth enough to give people. Like, I'm terrible with gifts. And she is one of those people who just goes all out when it comes to getting people gifts. And she's already given me some really, really cool stuff. She got me, first of all, and anybody who's enjoyed the PS5 playthroughs of Silent Hill 2 Remake and stuff, she gave me that PS5 as a gift when they were still really difficult to get. And when she wrapped it, it was wrapped and she drew like the Halo of the Sun and the Seal of Metatron and stuff all over the box, all over the wrapping and everything for it. I actually saved all of the wrapping of it because it was just so cool. And I just have it as like wall decorations now. And like I said, she's crocheting the big Halo of the Sun blanket. She did a diamond painting. If anybody's ever seen or knows what diamond paintings are, where it's sort of just like you take these little tiny diamonds that are colored, little crystal things, and you glue them in place, and you kind of make, it's almost like pixel art by putting them all together. And she made a thing that's got like all of the enemies from Silent Hill 3 on like a big poster done in a diamond painting style that I've got hanging on my wall.
で、どんな場所なんだ?
行けばわかるわ。
Again, she's awesome. Cannot thank her enough for all of the cool shit that she has gotten me. And yeah, all the time that she's put into the things that she like makes. But again, she loves doing that sort of stuff for her friends. So yeah, big shout outs to Jet Ashtelin. Which reminds me, I need to finish working on my gift to her. Which, what I've been doing... I don't have those types of skills. I don't crochet. I don't do diamond paintings. But I paint. More of those things. I paint, figurines, miniatures, and we all play Dungeons and Dragons together. Like, I have a game that I'm DMing for everybody. Pretty much we have like 5 games in progress that we're all DMing for each other. And in the main campaign that I'm running for everybody, I've got a miniature for everyone that I need to paint and give to them, specific to their characters. And she is playing a Drider in our campaign, which is like a giant half woman, half spider creature. And her miniature, quote unquote miniature, is like 8 times bigger than a typical little mini would be, because it's in scale to her character. So that's the main thing I've been working on. And it's got all these like stone pillars and like people wrapped up in cocoons around it. It's super detailed, but it's taking a very long time to finish painting. So that's what I'm making for her. Silent Hill themed minis, that is a thing, and I've been given some of those. I think Jet Ashtelin and our other friend Tiny Wolf actually gifted me some of those Silent Hill minis. So I've got like a little pyramid head and I think a little nurse that I still need to get around to painting. Starting to see our first little bits of the Reverie movie theater here. Some of our first movie posters. I was here. The void screams back. This is a shot from the original Silent Hill 2. There's a chain link fence where you encounter the first lying figure and pick up the radio in the original Silent Hill 2, and you get a shot from behind the chain link fence like this of the lying figure approaching James. So I was here. You literally were here if you played OG Silent Hill 2. James was there. And it's got some text up at the top that's like hidden by the border. I think we'll have an easier time seeing that when we get in the theater itself. Based on the best-selling book by Anna Valkberg. And then we have Non-Existence coming soon. Starring Albert Meeker, Cecilia M. Power, and Stanley Tompkins. Anna, like the movie girl Anna? Possibly. It's a relatively common name, but could be a reference to the character Anna in the Silent Hill movie. Glad we have the time to play Magic still. Oh boy, I haven't. Okay, so like when it comes to trading cards, you can only really I can only really afford to focus, and I by afford I mean I haven't bought cards in like a year or more because yeah, medical bills and responsibility has been eating away at my life and my funds. But I've always been more into Pokemon. Like, used to do Yu-Gi-Oh when I was really young. Used to do Magic the Gathering when like people in my friend group at the time were super into Magic. But otherwise, like, I've pretty much all but gotten out of collectible card games and trading card games. It's just too expensive of a hobby. And earlier today, I've been seeing Magic the Gathering is releasing sets of cards based on Final Fantasy. And I'm also a very big Final Fantasy fan. Specifically, I played Final Fantasy XI, the first online Final Fantasy MMO. Like, everybody plays 14 and still plays 14. I'm one of those weirdos who still plays 11, and I've been playing it since like 2004. So for the last like 20 years, I've played Final Fantasy XI, and there are Final Fantasy XI Magic the Gathering cards as part of the Final Fantasy set. And I'm just like, God, if I could get some of those cards. The Windurst card, which has been my starting nation for the last 20 years, my home. Like, Silent Hill has been my home since like 1999. Windurst has been my home since 2004. So seeing that Windurst card and the Shantoto card, I'm like, don't do this. Don't do this to me. I don't have the money for these things. Also, just to tie it back to Silent Hill a little bit here, not be completely off track. Masahiro Ito and Hiroko Usuda, who joined us for the last couple of our streams of this cam hack. Most people know Masahiro Ito, creature designer and environment designer for the first 3 Silent Hill games, also contributed to the Silent Hill 2 remake. And Hiroko Usuda did environments for Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4. She also did like stuff for Metal Gear Solid 3 and 4. Both of them have done artwork for Magic the Gathering. So I would love to have Ito's cards that he designed and Usuda-san's cards that she designed. They're not Silent Hill cards. They're like other Magic the Gathering creatures, but it's cool seeing their artwork in Magic the Gathering. All right, Maria, I know we're talking about nerd shit. Let's go learn about the Lady of the Light. Or at least your version of it.
This
それ以上の場所よ。
そうか。来たことはないな。
ほら、彼女はこっちよ。
彼女
I like how even in Japanese, you can hear that inflection in James's voice. It's in all the languages essentially. That little hint of hope when Maria says she's just around the corner. Because he thinks Mary. He's like, have we finally gotten to Mary? Have I finally found her? His mind is still just obsessed on that one goal. Before we trigger this cutscene, take a look around the garden. Again, a lot of the floral, recurring floral patterns and just flower imagery. Recurring motif. Especially where a lot of the plants are kind of turning brown and dying. But then you have these vibrant, like red and green flowers growing. The statue itself. The hair looks very similar to Mary's hairstyle. All the moss and everything growing on her. She's holding a candle. Oh, this also, the imagery sort of just struck me just now. The final church area in Silent Hill Homecoming has a similar statue of a woman holding a candle. It's part of a puzzle where you have to get her hand to lower and give you that a plate that she's holding. You place like a candle at the feet, something like that. I'm trying to remember what the context of it was. It's been a little while since I've played Homecoming. All the leaves and stuff growing there. The moss and everything. All the algae. The green scum water. Just sort of pooling at the bottom of the statue. let's zoom the perspective out and watch this cutscene with some slightly different angles. Oh. Maybe I zoomed out too much.
これは
地元の伝説。町から追放されて、この人は島に閉じ込められた。でもある男は彼女と強く愛し合ってた。毎晩男はこっそり湖を渡り食べ物を届けて過ごした。彼女も毎晩待った。岸辺でろうそくを手に持ってね。道しるべよ。でもある夜、ひどい嵐が来た。湖の途中で光が消えた。暗闇でも男は諦めずに島を目指した。荒れる波に立ち向かったけど、ついに飲み込まれた。それでも彼女は希望を持ち続けた。同じように毎晩ろうそくを灯した。待ち続けたのよ、彼のために。どこまで本当なんだか、きっとおとぎ話ね。そうして彼女は崇められて愛の守護聖人となった。これが由来。
ここにはいない。
え？
妻はいない。なんでここなんだ。私は全然覚えてない。ここじゃないんだ。無駄橋だ。
ねえ、大丈夫。他にも場所あるし、今から。
行こう。
It's so interesting to me. Like, even if sometimes it's not quite right with the world kind of clipping out of existence, but I really like seeing the cutscenes with like the slightly different perspective, the camera sort of in a different position, how it changes how the cutscenes themselves feel. Varvik, yes, this area, all of this was added completely new just for the remake. It's not a location or a part of the original Silent Hill 2 at all, which is also, I think, part of why James himself even kind of comments like he's getting frustrated and saying, I don't remember this place. You know, players would also be saying the same thing if you're familiar with the original, like this is a completely new area, new statue, new little bit of lore. And what's interesting is you get two different versions of this story. You get this version that Maria tells you, and it's sort of James and Mary from Mary's perspective. That the man, in this case James, who kept going out and seeing the woman and, you know, loved her and kept seeing her and visiting her, eventually lost his way, got consumed by darkness. But the woman still kept hope, how she kept lighting the candle, hoping that he would find her. In that parallel towards James, who would have gone and seen Mary in the hospital at first, but then eventually sort of lost hope, started drinking, started visiting less. Mary, you know, started lashing out at him. The worse her condition got, and it kind of drove James away. So it's like that idea that this story being told from Mary or Maria's perspective in this case, same person essentially, same memories, trying to convey that idea that from Mary's perspective, she didn't give up. She still held out hope. The idea that James will still come and find her, still love her, hopefully, from her perspective. But then we get a different version of this story later on when we get to the Historical Society. But yeah, I mean, it parallels so many aspects of James and Mary's relationship. Even things that occur in the game. James rowing across Toluca Lake, following the lighthouse to get to the Lakeview Hotel. You know, getting lost on the lake, which a lot of players do if you don't know to follow the light. Which was a thing in the original as well. But it's interesting. I like this little addition. Yeah, Oleander. It's like he's very close to actually remembering something, and he gets frustrated by it. And he sort of directs that little bit of anger, that little bit of frustration towards Maria. You know, like, what am I doing here? I should be looking for Mary. When Maria is sort of trying to show him the light. Like, I am right here. I'm trying to tell you. It's right in front of your face. And you just won't see it. It just goes to show, like, to emphasize how deep of not just a full-on delusion James is in, because he is in the midst of a very serious delusion. He's completely delusional. He is not seeing reality for what it is. But it's also his own denial. Even without that delusion aspect there, his denial is just so strong. To sort of accept reality, accept what happened to Mary and how much of it was his fault. We have a billboard for Artificial Sky, starring Agatha Ralston, Edmund Lorheim, and Maddox Taylor. And the person on the poster holding... We've got a man wearing what looks like a green jacket, holding a woman. Very reminiscent of James and Mary. Harry Mason. It does look a bit like Harry. The brown hair and just sort of the features, the shading on the face. It does kind of look like the Sato's CG renders of Harry from Silent Hill 1. A little bit better visually, like more PS2 era, but it still looks like that era of CG, that like late 90s, early 2000s, compared to the like hyper realistic photos and visuals that we've seen in a lot of the other posters and stuff around town so far. paint can sitting up here. No bulbs. Flashback to Proto James when he looked like Harry. Yeah, that's a deep cut, but we've already seen that Bloober has done their research and they've gone for some pretty deep cut reference stuff. But yes, in the early pre-release builds of Silent Hill 2, very early builds of Silent Hill 2, his alpha model looked more like Harry Mason, had the brown hair. Not too dissimilar from how that looks on that poster. How much do we have rendered in here? Wow, we've already got the theater itself. The lighting is not quite right. But we're about to see Eddie and Laura. The popcorn and everything on the floor. Eddie and Laura are not rendered in yet. Oh, wow, the whole theater is pretty much already here before you even climb in. I would have expected this to all sort of load in once you're in the area, based on how some previous areas were loaded. Okay. Just like with Heaven's Night, there's a lot of details in the theater to look at. I feel like they added this sequence because they changed how Brookhaven works. Maria is not like with you for as much of Brookhaven as in the original game. And in the original, if Maria is with you when you find the teddy bear with the bent needle, James will be like, "Ow, I pricked myself." And Maria asks if he's okay. Since we don't get that scene in the remake, I feel like now we have Maria saying it to James here. Kind of a similar moment. Also, Maria's just gone. Absolutely gone. She vanishes from reality once you're in the presence of other real characters like Eddie and Laura. I'm sure it's specifically lore related and doesn't have anything to do with saving resources on the number of character models currently loaded.
変なやつ。なあ、みんながそう呼ぶよ。そう、私も変なんだってさ。よく怒鳴られる。悪さをしたら特にね。何か悪いことした？それで警察に怒られるの？わかんない。そうかも。じゃあ謝ればいいのに。許してくれるよ。そんなの無駄だ。誰も許してくれない。
Hey. New perspective on Eddie and Laura sitting in here. Whoops. The same red flowers that we've been seeing around as like a common theme. Laura's got that same type of flower as like her hairband. I gotta say, out of all of the remake characters and like redesigns and everything, these two right here are probably my favorites. I think Evie Templeton did a fantastic job with the mocap, the facial capture, the modeling and everything of her as Laura, and her vocal performance as well, even though we're listening to the Japanese performance. And Eddie's redesign. Like, they made him heavier. They made, like, the facial structure different. But he really just comes off as a lot more gross as a person. Kind of hinting at his personality a lot more. He has those dead eyes. I mean, Eddie in the original had those really dead, like, piercing blue eyes. But I feel like the rest of Eddie's face in the remake emphasizes it more. He just looks greasy. Got all that puke stains and everything still on his shirt. Or food stains. Mix of both. The, like, green on the collar of the shirt where he's been, like, wiping his nose and wiping his mouth. Great character redesigns. Really love these two. And of course the hat. The Western Maine Wolfpack. Little more nod to this taking place in Maine. Remake Eddie really helped me understand him better. You know, I really like that there is a much more noticeable emphasis on Eddie from when he first meets James and he's desperate. He's like pleading to go with him. And you see the change happen. We're about to watch that cutscene where James comments on Eddie's appetite. He's like, I guess you got your appetite back. And you see that moment in Eddie's mind. You see his face change where he was considering James kind of like as a friend, or at least not an enemy. But then James makes that comment, and Eddie hates bullying. Eddie doesn't want to be made fun of. That is like his ultimate trigger. And James crosses that line. And Eddie is just like, you can see he takes it to heart. And that's the moment where he starts resenting James. And it builds and builds until the end where James confronts him. And Eddie's like, you've been making fun of me all along. you get a much more distinct buildup of that. Laura's very fidgety. Yeah, she is. Anyone hiding up in the projection booth? Not yet. Let's see what happens if I teleport in. Bet you didn't know about my instant transmission. Interesting that even in these areas where you're not supposed to be, like theoretically the player shouldn't be able to get here and aim at either of these characters anyway. It still retracts your gun automatically. Like that's built into the model interactions. Here we go. The wonderful shot. Look at these three friends having a nice night out at the movies. Just two gay dads and their daughter. Blondes having more fun. Please show where Laura runs off. I will do my best, because she runs as soon as I move this. So I'll have to like start moving this and then stop the camera, move it in there, and then continue the game world while the camera is still separated. Before we do that, I want to look at some of the stuff here. Because we've got some posters we can see. And just a lot of other little details in the environments. Always try and take a look at the books and things in the environment. Sometimes there are different ones with titles and things as part of them. Washer and dryer. The I Was Here poster. The non-existence poster. Then we've got some different ones. This one just called Remember Her. Everything that is trying to make James remember Mary. All these things in the environment telling James to remember. Stuff that is being projected from his own mind, his own subconscious. Trying to get James to consciously remember, break out of his delusion. Yeah, there's another one on the opposite wall. Remember Her. Starring John Simons. The suit and tie makes me think of Michael Kaufman. From Silent Hill 1. I Was Here. Non-existence. Third Art House Film Fiesta. Over 20 movies to enjoy. Silent Hill. 11/16. Wait, what? 11/16 to 11/21. November 16th to November 21st. We see a lot of November calendars and dates and things mentioned. Even though years are kind of all over the place where times get mentioned, seems to be multiple references to November. Industry. Little coffee maker. It needs cleaning. Those things are a pain in the ass to clean. Say that from personal experience. It doesn't sleep, so you shouldn't close your eyes. But the imagery, a hand over the side of a bloody mattress, similar to Mary's deathbed. Ancient Oleander, have a great night. Hope you sleep well. Thank you so much for all the love and support and coming by, hanging out, chatting with us as always. Appreciate you being here. Popcorn. Another poster for Artificial Sky. That's James and Mary kissing each other at Rosewater Park. There's a similar image of them in the recreation of their home that you see in Woodside Apartments. We'll also see it at the very end of the game as well. Yeah, it's the same image. And again, the poster that we saw outside of the theater for Artificial Sky also looked like James holding a woman, holding Mary. Tools and paint cans. No bulbs. Gotta do our bulb check. Another broken popcorn machine. Nothing there, nothing in the cabinets. Okay, let's try and interact with this. Move the camera. Laura's still here. Trying to see at what point. There it is. Because it's when the sound happens. Okay, so there is no animation. There is no animation. Laura just instant transmissions out of the theater. She teleports away. Yeah, see, there's the gasp. Eddie's talking to her. But because the player is locked in an animation where they wouldn't be able to look over here normally, they didn't bother with an animation there. Which makes sense. I like the detail that the seat folds up. The seat doesn't just like stay down. It actually folds back up. So yeah, theoretically, you would follow up this way and then run into Laura again up here. But her model is not there. You also see her outside. It's not there. A lot of times when developers do something like this, rather than completely unload and then reload the model, they'll just stick it out of bounds somewhere. So I just wanted to take a look around, see if we can find Laura out of bounds anywhere. Maria's still gone. They should teleport her right behind you, always out of sight. Like Lisa in PT? Because if you cam hack in PT, that's actually something that they do with Lisa. Where she's literally behind you. You don't even need that. You can always see her shadow. True. When you stand in the lighting, you can actually see her shadow and everything there. But yeah, you can cam hack even in the times where it doesn't seem like she's there or she's not making noise or anything like that. Her model is there. So yeah, we don't get any animation of Laura running away. Unfortunately. Mineral water. Popcorn, cups. All right, let's zoom this perspective out a bit. Oh, Rachel. said, "Can I just say I'm very thankful they didn't go with the shining carpet pattern here. They learned how to be a little bit more subtle since Layers of Fear 2. Because there was a lot of stuff like that in Layers of Fear and Layers of Fear 2, where the things that they're referencing are just kind of like too obvious. You kind of groan when you see it. At least I do. It's... But yeah, the environmental references and stuff like that have been substantially less obvious, more subtle for this remake. Here we go, a little bit wider perspective on the Eddie cutscene.
Eddie.
ああ、
ジェームスだ。ほら、さっきアパートで会ったろ。
うん覚えてる。
まだ町から出てないのか。
まだちょっといいかな。
そう。食欲は戻ったんだな。一人なのか。
違う。
なんだ。
多分ローラがふざけてるんだろう。
あの子ローラっていうのか。
そう聞いたけど。
探しに行く。君は？
今度はついてこいって。
いや。
Yeah, that interaction. On the one hand, I miss the bowling alley scene from the original, but I like Bloober Team's take on it here for the remake. They really emphasize that aspect of Eddie's personality, getting upset that James made that comment about the appetite. He takes it as James making fun of him, making a joke at his expense, and he gets visibly upset by it. Wipes his hand and sets the ice cream down, and then picks it right back up. Yeah, starts eating with the other hand. Eating all that strawberry ice cream, which, if you look at it, it's from Silent Hill Farms. It's locally made Toluca taste ice cream. Strawberry ice cream. Sweet strawberry ice cream. With natural milk cream. Alucard, thank you so much for the 400 bits. Thank you, thank you. Ice cream. Made with extra natural milk cream. That would hurt my stomach so bad. Get right up in there, Eddie. So good. The detail in the teeth. And of course, we can get some extra dialogue trying to talk to Eddie again.
あの子は誰だ？
知らない。名前以外はね。ほんとさ。
Gonna have nightmares now, thanks, Nub. I mean, Diablo Lord. That should be expected. We're playing a horror game. We're playing a horror game, and this is one of the scariest things in it. We can see the nutrition facts. Sorry, Eddie. I need to clip inside your body. Oh my god. For a gutless fatso. It has a gutless fatso reference. On the back of the ice cream cart. On the back of the bucket. That's crazy. What a detail. Daily value for a gutless fatso tells you something. Hold on. Can I get better light? There's his hand in the bucket. Most likely IGN or Kotaku's gonna rip this and post it in an article and not give credit. I mean, I don't do this sort of stuff for credit. It's not mine. It's just something that we are finding while exploring. I didn't put the detail there. That's one of those things that kind of irks me about some other fans in the community who do similar things. Normally I don't like to name drop, but I'm going to name drop because we've already mentioned Rachel Ashman in a previous part who does similar things, looks at the assets and free cams and shares her findings along with some pretty crazy theories based on what she finds on like Twitter and the Silent Hill subreddit. She blows up on people in the subreddit for like not giving credit if they use her screenshots or things like that. I don't care about credit. These are not my things. They're not my assets. I didn't make them. So if people want to take stuff from this and share it around or show it, like, it's more cool to me that people in the community also get to see this. I mean, I would like for people to find out about it through my streams and videos, but that's just not how the internet works. Total carbofats. Yeah, we've got more text here. It's just a bit hard to read. The percentage daily value for a gutless fatso tells you how much a nutrient in a serving of food contributes to a daily diet of 2,000 calories a day. $230 calories per serving. Saturated fat, super fat, cholesterol, sodium, sugars. Not nearly as much sugar as you would expect. I just want to clip. There we go. Serving size, 2/3. 2/3 what? Of a bucket? Of a cup? 2/3 of a cup. That's great. For Or a gutless fatso. Wonderful reference to the original Silent Hill 2. Laura referring to Eddie as a gutless fatso. That big fat blabbermouth. Not trying to go inside Eddie's crotch. I just want to check the bottom of the ice cream bucket in case there was anything else kind of hidden there. While we're down here, we'll look at his shoes. He's got the H Mart specials. What are those? Dirty socks. Look at the detail on the skin texture. You can see the like veins. Even without good lighting. You can see the like varicose veins, the like blue veins going through his legs. That's too good, though. We're a gutless fatso. What a great Easter egg. Yeah, Rachel, I just went through and read the fine print as well. Where it says it again. Need to pull that asset and see the whole thing? No, we just saw it. I just read the whole thing. The percentage daily value for a gutless fatso tells you how much a nutrient in a serving of food contributes to a daily diet of 2,000 calories a day. Is there any way to see that without the free cam? No, not at all. This is one of many free cam specific Easter eggs. That blooper included. Can't wait for the vid. Varvik, if you're interested, this is part 10 of an ongoing series. The first 9 parts are already on my YouTube channel. If you want to see some of the other stuff that we found, similar things to this, little details and Easter eggs that are hidden in the environments or out of bounds. Definitely check it out. Of course, we got the All-Stars pizza box, same as the original. Yeah, there's Rachel. Thank you so much putting the link to YouTube in chat for anybody who wants to look at all the VODs. All right, let's move on. We've got some interesting stuff here that doesn't require a cam hack, but we can use the cam hack to sort of get a more clear view of this from this perspective. So if you sit and watch the movie theater, the screen in this part, there it is, you actually see a glimpse of the tape of James killing Mary. There it is again. Different clip. Mary's hands, like from her perspective. The first flash of image was James leaning forward with the pillow. See, there we saw Mary's hands again. You even see the ring on her finger. Let me see if I can stop this at the right time. If it'll even show it again. There we go. This is making my headache worse. Yeah, sorry. But there. You can see it's like James's right shoulder, the side of his head, as he's leaning forward towards Mary on the bed. Come on, show it again. Well, same one. It might not show the other scenes, the ones of Mary's hands, except for the first time through. Yeah, I guess that's it. But really cool detail. And for those who don't know, this is not the first time in the game where you see those images, those little clips of the VHS scene of James killing Mary. It actually shows every time you open your inventory. You notice how the background is moving? Very faintly in the dark. You're actually seeing James kill Mary every time you open the menu. That's what this movement in the background is. It's super zoomed in and obscured with a bunch of filters and layers over it. But you're seeing the videotape right from the very beginning every time you look at your inventory. It actually gets more visible the more damage you take as well. Man, look at all the details on the door. There's like cuts and scratches in the wood of the door, but they get picked up by the light. Good detail work.
Nora!
Dora. Doko desu ka? Doko da. More sheets just thrown over things, giving kind of a creepy vibe. It's vaguely human-shaped. Nothing actually rendered under it. High voltage. All the detail inside the little electrical boxes. Yeah, I know at one point we see Laura up here. I'm trying to see where she's rendered in. Oh, it's cutscene. That's why she's not rendered in. If this is even where we see her. Yep. Yeah, it's just during that scene. Her model's not actually there. Oh. It is down here, though. Where we see her next. What are those, Laura? Got the pink Chuck Taylors. The smug child aura. The smuggest of children. Still can't get over the Evelyn look? I mean, it's surprising that she looks like Evelyn, and there's a few things I have to say about that. Because I was concerned before the game released, when we just had like the early gameplay and trailers. I was concerned they were going to try to turn Laura into like an evil Evelyn type, you know, Resident Evil character. I'm glad they didn't really go that route. As far as her appearance, she just looks like Evie Templeton. Like the actress who she's modeled after and who voices her in English, Evie Templeton. Like, it looks just fucking like her. And on the Evelyn note, because we're playing in the Japanese language version, it's actually the same voice actress. Laura's Japanese actress was also the Japanese voice of Evelyn in Resident Evil 7. there is a bit of a connection there. B&W developer. It's not developer, it's developer. Professional for films. AC Kesson and Robin. Developer liquid. But this is X-ray developer. Interesting. All the lighting controls and everything for the theater. Dowsers. Master, house, foots, masking. Shutter sound. Lower lighting. All the theater controls. Also, this old style film projector reminds me a lot of Silent Hill Downpour. There is a theater that you can go into in Silent Hill Downpour, and you actually have to do well, you don't have to. It's an optional side quest where you can gather film reels and splice them together and put them in the projector and then enter the screen into the film to like solve this little side quest puzzle. But it very much reminds me of that that side quest in Downpour. That particular old-timey projector. General workplace safety instructions. Prevent workplace incidents. Take care of your personal safety. Keep work areas tidy. Dress appropriately, including footwear. Follow specific safety rules. Report workplace safety incidents. Follow emergency procedures. Bend and lift with care to avoid injury. Don't operate machinery you have not been trained to handle. Alcohol and drugs are strictly forbidden. Make sure to take appropriate breaks. Think safety first. Empty drawer. The Bloober Team Special. All the little film reels and holders. Oh, this one's mirrored. Make sure the projector is tuned, turned on, and connected correctly. Speed, light, intensity. Transparency. Movie projector operating instructions up here. Having made sure that the projector is set for your line voltage, plug it in, swing up reel arms, place the appropriate supply reel on the front reel spindle, slip the take-up reel onto the rear reel spindle, turn knob to threading position, hold down the threading lever, feed film leader to sprocket, hold down the threading lever until film is caught on the take-up reel. Turn function selector with lamp position. If the lever gets stuck, move it up a bit and give it a sharp tug. Fire safety. If a fire breaks out, remember to keep calm and avoid panicking. Alert others by shouting fire, fire. Keep calm, avoid panicking, shout fire in a movie theater. Are you specifically supposed to not do that? When informing the fire brigade, the following information should be given: where and what is burning, whether human life is in danger, your name and number from which you are calling. If possible, activate the fire alarm system. Notify the property manager about the fire. Notify all persons staying in the building about the fire and the need for evacuation. Disconnect electrical power if possible. If possible, start extinguishing the fire with a handheld fire extinguisher. Do not open doors or windows without clear necessity. Start evacuation operations starting with persons nearest to the danger zone. Evacuate using the stairs. In case of a significant amount of smoke, move as close to the floor as possible. After leaving the building, go to the designated collection point for evacuation. Do not leave the place until such decision is made by the person managing the action. If there's any of these other ones that we can see or read. Same movie posters that we've already looked at. Film preservation and handling. Hey, Locomo. Not directly related, but I was watching something today with Cary Elwes, and I feel like he would have made a great James if he was in a live action Silent Hill 2 in the 90s, early 2000s. Were you watching Saw? Were you watching the first Saw movie? Because I often think that same thing about the original Saw. His character is very James-like, both in appearance and I guess some of the personality, not quite, but yeah. I agree. Film preservation and handling. Keep the reels cool and dry, 40 degrees, 40% relative humidity. When storing films in their reels, remove any plastic or rubber. Use only acid-free paper for labeling the contents of films. Avoid keeping films in plastic bags and airtight containers. Always handle film by the edges. Before viewing, make sure there are no breaks or tears in the film. A broken sprocket can lead to the film ripping. Make sure there's no dirt or dust in the projector. Do not stop the film while the projector lamp is on. When winding the film back onto a reel, make sure that it is flat. Relatively mundane posters and things, but hey, we gotta check all this stuff out considering the Easter egg we just found on Eddie's ice cream. Gotta look at all that small print in the environments. You never know what you'll find. Saw was the first time you thought that, but it was actually The Crush, where he was a dubiously innocent guy being harassed by an evil teenage girl. Also a great movie. Laura's just standing here. Let me see. Let the world play out. See if she's got any specific animations. Just swinging them super long orangutan arms back and forth. Is it just me, or are Laura's proportions a little bit off? Mainly, like, the arms feel like they're super long compared to the rest of her body. feel like this version of Laura seems a little older because she's kind of lanky. So that might have been the result of using Evie Templeton. So Evie Templeton is the actress who Laura was modeled after. And she was... I think she was born in 2009. So this would have been in production. They probably would have done the mocap and everything in like 2022 or so. So she's a little bit older than Laura is supposed to be. So maybe in the process of like mocapping Evie and then trying to scale it to like the body of an 8-year-old didn't quite work, didn't quite look right. It's an interesting animation. She like puts her hand up to her face and like pushes it to the side. Some awkward scaling, but they made it look pretty damn good. The thing is, like, in normal context, it never really goes across my mind. Like, when you're just seeing her in game and in cutscenes, the way the camera is positioned and how, like, the way that you see Laura, I never really think about it. It's only when you sit and just sort of look at the model like this, which you don't really get a chance to do that normally. Opens back up there. Oh. Activating escape mode. There she goes. And she's gone. That's fine. Laura can go cease to exist while we look at a few more things in the theater. There's still some great references here. Return to Owl Creek Bridge. Back for a Happier Ending. A mock-up of a fake sequel to an occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, which was an old Twilight Zone. But it also sort of parallels Silent Hill. Back for a Happier Ending. Playing the game again to get a good ending. Nemo Pictures presents a Morgan Elroy film starring Eric Lewis, Abigail Green, Peter Kahn, Emily Curtis, David Webb, Adam River. Makeup by Ina Watson. Photographic effects by Peter Galvest. Photography by Something Rimsky. Music by Frank Mars. Produced by Morgan Elroy. Starring Cordelia Stewart and Bertram Robards. Return to Owl Creek Bridge. And actually, let me double check something. Yeah. So this poster looks an awful lot like the character in the poster. This man with this beard looks like Jebediah Foster, who was the main character of Silent Hill Past Life. One of the comic books from back in the day. For anybody who's never read the Silent Hill comic books, most of them are not very good. But they're interesting little stories, and they've got some really cool artwork, if nothing else. But this looks a lot like the Silent Hill Past Life. Jebediah Foster. And again, we've seen a lot of deep cuts when it comes to some of the details and things that Bloober Team has included. So it wouldn't be too surprising they actually referenced any of the comics. Same posters that we've seen. Eyeball over the urinal. And the word hey. Hey. Oh, we can break the mirrors too. Anything hiding behind? We did find a painting hidden behind a cracked mirror. In the apartments. So anytime there's like mirrors like that, kind of want to shoot them and check. Pile of towels. I assume this whole time Eddie's just still in here eating ice cream. Yep. There's a good face. Stave off the munchies with buttery popcorn. Ready, set, something 4.59. Papaya soda. Not a super common thing in America. Get you some French fries, papaya soda, and a glizzy. Take a look at the menus. Soda, various flavors, 87 cents. Theater concessions were never this cheap. Maybe in the 60s. Cream soda for 76 cents, root beer for 76 cents, water for 60 cents. Cream soda and root beer are different from various flavored sodas. They're special, they're cheaper. Sparkling water, 65 cents. Small popcorn, $1.75. Medium popcorn, $2.50. Large popcorn, $3.25. Extra large popcorn, $4. Nachos with cheese, $3.25. Assorted candy for your sweet tooth. Pie, donut, cupcake. Quench your thirst. 100% orange juice. 87 cents. Same menu. Same things. As opposed to nachos without cheese. Just a dry container of chips. Unless that's a thing and I'm just a cheese freak. I mean, you could probably get the chips without the cheese, but you gotta get that special movie theater fake cheese on your nachos. If you're gonna go for it, just go for it. If you want to recreate that fake nacho cheese, have your own theater style nachos at home, it's a brand called Rico's. You can get it in like little individual cups or in a big can. You want the big can. That's what they have in the theater. Oops. Well, we're outside now.
子供を見たか。
ええ、止めようとしたんだけど、あっちに行った。追いかけましょう。
Well, Maria's back. Again, we're outside the Reverie Theater, which, again, sort of referential in its own way, because, like, a reverie, which is sort of like a being lost in a daydream, very similar to James's perception of reality, sort of Silent Hill in general. Everything is sort of meant to be strange and dreamlike. So the fact that the theater is called Reverie Theater is itself somewhat referential I love the lighting change here. That was pointed out to me in a previous playthrough, that your graphics settings will actually change the way the lighting and stuff looks here. I don't know if it's the same on PC, but it's like a noticeable change when you go from performance to quality on PS5. Where like the lighting is just super different. Doesn't seem to actually happen the same way. Just want to take a little look inside the ticket booth. Changes in insurance prices. Small changes can have a big effect. Same newspapers that we've seen around town. Same register with Cafe Texan receipt. We've seen it in a bunch of other spots already. Posters for Artificial Sky, I Was Here, Woodside Apartments, Main News. Same things, same assets. I haven't been breaking very much stuff, so she's still commenting on all of my destruction. Return to Owl Creek. Non-existence. More of the bed sheet barricades. Very gross, like blood-stained couch. It's like slashed open. For lease. Special care. For your pet. Brookhaven Hospital Addiction Department. Addictive or addict. Addiction. That's the word. I can read. Addiction Recovery Hotline. On the other side of where we were earlier. Basketball and a football in a box. These little porches we can't even get up onto normally. Keep door closed. Mailboxes. Newspaper things. And gun ammo just kind of chilling there. Cans with no bulbs. I'd be very surprised if we don't see a can with bulbs in it hidden in the environment in the hotel. Still got a long way to go before we're in the hotel, but one of the things I'm looking forward to. Looking around for the canned bulbs. A health drink over in this ambulance. Come on, James. Thank you. Ambulance entry to Brookhaven. Another ambulance way back here where you're not supposed to be. Oh, wow. Actually, some, like, basic interiors and stuff for Brookhaven. Oh, even the paintings. Even some of the paintings are there. A lot of other assets are not here. The map, the hospital map is here. The key and the lock, everything that you have to open to get that first key. I'm surprised this much of Brookhaven's actually rendered before you come inside. There's even a TV. It's not actively animated or anything, but it's rendered there. Now we've got stuff falling apart. Oh, the mold remover. No bleach. 5 stars, Vowo Chemicals. New stronger formula. Kills mold and mildev. Not mildew, just mildev. Instant results, bleach free, before and after. Wow. Warning, causes burns, keep out of reach of children. See back panel for additional information. Made in US. Bleach, acryl, sodium C, other ingredients. 102%. Removes mildew stains from vinyl surfaces. Fresh lemon scent, ready to use. No scrubbing, no bleach formula. One of the items we're going to need to pick up. Oh man, kills mold, no time. Mold and mildew have no chance. Precautionary statements, warning. Lorem ipsum. That's random filler text, common with a lot of programmers and graphic designers. Good old lorem ipsum. Use, disposal. The date, the batch number and the date has like a question mark. They don't know. But does that imply April 23rd, 1987. I forget how to read these codes for the dates and stuff on products like that, product packaging. For questions, there is no contact information, so too bad. Lock here is rendered. The nurses in training portrait is here, already rendered. Damn, so many things in Brookhaven already here before we're like anywhere near. I mean, I guess we're close to it, but there's a cutscene before going inside. You'd think they would wait until that moment to like load all of this. Shotgun safety rules. The empty shotgun hospital safety shotgun. Safe direction. Keep your weapon pointed in a safe direction so that accidental discharge will not cause injury. Finger off the trigger. Do not put your finger on the trigger unless you are ready to shoot at your intended target. Yeah, James doesn't know about trigger discipline. Keep your gun unloaded. Keep your weapon unloaded while in storage. Only load your weapon when you are ready to use it. Man, that's really cool. Also, I just like the lighting. It's nice. Orange lighting coming in from the windows from the side. Down these hallways. Very reminiscent of the intro of Silent Hill 3. Sort of the mall, the empty mall back hallways and stuff. Where you've got that orangish sort of sun going down lighting still hanging around.
James, 見て。
Yeah, see, we get a loading screen and a little brief, that little brief sequence with Laura there. You would think they don't load any of Brookhaven's interiors until that happens. Oh, there's a lot there. Quick look around here. We looked at that. We looked at that. Got some yards we can look at. Just want to check out these little parts of the town we normally don't really get a chance to look at. You just kind of head right into Brookhaven. Jean shop oil can, stuff that we've seen. Mail delivery van. Not a mail delivery van, different van. Oh, the Scarab Beetle van. We did see one of these before. See just the edge of the light posts, all of this stuff that just goes off in the distance beyond where you would normally be able to go. Still impressive how much detail there is so far out of bounds. Let's go up onto the roof of Brookhaven. It's not actually rendered. All right. Brookhaven Hospital. Now that we're in here, everything loads in. And before I touch anything or look at too much,
わからない。探してみよう。
we are going to save it, and unfortunately that is going to be it for me tonight. And we will pick this up next time. But thank you guys so much for coming by, hanging out. I really appreciate everybody being here. I hope everybody's having a good time enjoying these cam hack playthrough streams. Really appreciate you guys, all the love and support, everybody just keeping me company in chat, giving me ideas, things to look at, discussing everything as we look it over. Some cool stuff in this one. A lot of neat things that we got to look at. A lot of cool stuff around Heaven's Night. That Easter egg with Eddie's ice cream was awesome. The Gutless Fatso reference, too good. For anybody who's new here and just kind of popped in during this is part 10 of an ongoing series. So again, on YouTube, you can just find me, Nub Zombie, on YouTube. I've got a whole 9 other videos where we've been going through this whole game just like that, if you want to check those out. I've also done a full cam hack playthrough of Silent Hill 3. If you like this type of video, these types of streams, and you're curious about the original games doing this, I've done a first-person view of Silent Hill 2 where we kind of do this, and I've done a cam hack of Silent Hill 3 where we've done this same thing. So definitely go check those videos out if you like this. But yeah, hopefully I will be back tomorrow night. For anybody who missed it at the start of the stream, I've been having some health issues. I had a really severe panic attack this past Saturday. I've been having bad panic attacks for the last few months. I'm seeing a doctor, I'm on medication, I'm working towards recovery, but these last few days have been particularly rough. So I really especially appreciate all the love and support and you guys showing up today. Again, I know I'm kind of out of it. I'm not all here, but we're getting through it. If I'm still feeling okay, like at least as well as I am today, then I'll try and be back on tomorrow night. I may need another day or two to recover and feel well enough to get back to this, but either way, been really enjoying this. Thank you all again so much for joining me. And yeah, we've also got the Discord. Yami just linked in chat. If you want to keep up with when the streams are happening, when they're getting postponed, we've also just got a lot of Silent Hill discussion, info, fan theories. It's a great community. So if you want to join us there, you are more than welcome to. You don't have to be a subscriber or anything like that. Anybody's welcome to come by and hang out. But yeah, thank you guys so much. I'm gonna go find something to eat and take my medication and try to get some sleep. So hopefully see you all tomorrow night. Till then, take it easy. Be good to each other. Much love. Peace.